Yo, yo. Good afternoon, yo, yo. Yes, sir. Well, the editor, there's only one. But yes, sir. I thought the new video was funny. I laughed. I laughed a few times. I thought it was good. I did think it was very funny. So funny. I was watching it when I was taking a shit. That was like, I think last night. I was watching it last night, I believe. It was funny. I liked it. It was funny. It was lovely. It was as it should be. Funny video. Grey Knights are cringe, are they? People play them now still? Are people really still playing Grey Knights these days? I would have never known. Can't see anything. These are all fucked up. Yeah, I did see that. I think they look good with the las cannons, to be honest. And I guess it just depends on what you want them for, right? Because you can have, like, your melee one, your anti-infantry. Are they all melee? Do they all have melee weapons, regardless of if you take, like, shooting? It's like, what, 3 ways to use them? Yeah, they have the crab claw attacks, yeah. I was gonna say, well, that makes sense. You know what GW should do? Actually, that would be a bad business move. You know what they should have done, though, was sold you magnets, but that'd be a bad move. They don't want to sell you magnets or the ability to be modular. They want to sell you more minis. I've got a cigar. Well, I'm going to be here for a little bit. I don't really feel too well. I was supposed to be streaming the Beast, but I had to go pick up a package, and then I was out a little bit, so... Yeah, I was supposed to be on a little bit earlier, but I got the little notification that, like, please come pick this up or we're going to send it back, and that was a nightmare, so yeah. It was, like, really inconvenient timing. You can replace one with the Electro Whip for more attacks. Well, it's good that they still give you all the options. Technically, if you think about it, I was saying this earlier, I'm like, for what you pay versus what you get, if you do magnetize the damn thing, you'll probably at least get the most out of the kit, you know? Implying you care about magnets, implying you care about what you see is what you get. Not everyone's gonna give a shit. Not everyone's, like, obsessing over what a mini looks like half the time. Loadout-wise, I should say. I don't magnetize, I buy more. Well, sir, you are doing Games Workshop proud. Cadia stands. They do stand on a different planet other than their own, that is true. Well, yeah, that does suck. I think for the most part, my eyesight's given before my hands are, unfortunately. I'm gonna need some glasses. I must acquire the glasses. If he's going out of... I think I saw the post about them going out of stock. Yeah. New boys, new pain boy, new mech unit. You know, that last pain boy was fine, but the one previously was better. I forgot what edition he came out in, but he had, like, the Grot Orderly. And he had, like, the syringe. And he was looking like your very stereotypical doctor. Like, that one was my favorite, I think, of the bunch. That one was good. They're all just the same thing, but different iterations. No, there's nothing wrong with using a mini that doesn't have the weapon, you know? Like, oh, the dock got updated to have this, 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 and this, and the mini doesn't have that? Well, I have to buy the new one. Like, you probably will, but... yeah, the old ones are good, too. Yeah, that guy. I mean, he had the Grot Orderly, though. That thing was so cool. He had, like, the little tray above his head with, like, the scalpel stuck in it. Yeah, that was cool. I can't be fucked with when it comes to orcs anymore, though. I'm pretty much done orcs. I love them, but I can't make an army of orcs. I don't want to get back into that. You had the big jaw. I mean, I think that was based on, I think I had seen, maybe I was dreaming, or maybe I'm a schizo, but I swear I've seen that before. It was more of a throwback to something. Like, I swear I've seen it. It's always in this hobby in passing. It's like I've seen it in passing. Because there's so many things to look at, even if you don't collect said thing. What are these? These are Lord of the Rings minis. 3rd edition stuff. Yeah, that was with, I think it's more of the... I'd have to look at side-by-sides. I got, like, Gorka Morka vibes, I think, from, like, the Grot. It looked like he had, like, an AK or something. It may have been that. I'd have to look at it again. It's been a while. I haven't really kept up with 40k in a long time visually. Well, some of them are still in metal. Some of them are still in metal, thankfully. They need to finish up with their old stock and make everything in metal. Because no one wants Finecast. That is some ass. Finecast is so trash. It is so garbage and so unfun. Well, I've got lead minis. These are not lead, though, thankfully. I do have a bunch of lead, though. I've got a lot of old lead squats, which I may just build for the love of the game at this point and just move on. Pizza Yo. Tin. Well, this is not... Everything is toxic, but this is not lead. You don't want to deal with lead. And if you do, that's fine, but, like, you know, just clean up. Just clean up if you can. What was lead even used for? What was the main reason for lead being, like, a big thing in, like, society? Cheap? Like, what was it used for? Pipes and shit? Lead wires? Easy to solder? But what was it, like, used for outside of that? Batteries, you think? Lead batteries. You know, that's just what people used to work with back in the day. Like, hey, man, I want to do Warhammer. It's like, well, here's a bunch of lead. Have fun. It's like, yikes. Yeesh, bro. Yeesh. It's cheap and you don't need high temperatures. Yeah, probably that first part. Or, sorry, the latter part. That's probably why it was so widely used. It's cheap. In business, it's got to be cheap, son. Super poop. Super poopa. Super cheap. Or the gloves. Give me some gloves. Graphite, the same thing without poison. That's a lovely thing. Being poisoned is not fun. Piping and paneling, good material. And waves couldn't pass through it. Yeah. It was a good deterrent. That is interesting. Yeah, I guess over time we do kind of adapt. It's like the whole thing with putting fucking asbestos in houses and shit. It's like, well, at the time we didn't know. It makes you dumb slowly before killing you. I thought that was League. I'm getting closer to silver. Closer to getting out of silver. That's good news, sir. Keep spamming games. Mute everyone. Immediately. And if you don't get your way, run it down mid instantly. Show them who's boss. The second you don't like something, make sure everyone suffers around you. Immediately. And you're a true League fan. Everyone says, what, part 1? Oh, every video says part 1. Yeah, we're working on it. I've got my editor working on that channel now, so we're going to be figuring out thumbnails and everything. There's a lot of things I need to kind of, like, move in motion. There's a lot of things I have to do. Well, we don't really have any sponsors on the main channel. Ryan is the only sponsor we have. And I don't get anything for that. It's more of, like, good faith sponsor, you know? But, well, he sends me a few donations here and there, but, like, it's not... There's no, like, monetary gain. I just love what he does. He's a good guy. And his store is sick as fuck. So that's cool. Love of the game.
Plan.
Dave, thank you, sir. We don't have the alerts here. I think you're the only person who hits those alerts. Thank you, sir. Should I get a bunch of dwarf ones on this channel? Wazaks. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'll take a look. It's good, Ivana. It's fine. We're good. Total War quotes. Could be anything. Yeah, you're good. We got it. Wargamer, holy moly. That is true. That is true. It's been a long time cometh. We've had this channel for a few years, though, to be honest. We've just never really advertised it. I've never advertised this channel anywhere. We put it through the new YouTube video as like a little advert in the beginning, and that's cool, but I think this channel's like, what, fucking 4 years old, maybe? 4 to 5 years old? If I'm not mistaken. It is certainly a revelation. This is an epic thing. I'm doing Votan right now. I don't really have a Votan army built, but I'm doing Votan currently. It used to be Guard, it used to be Orcs. That was the main armies back in the day. Guard and Orcs, and now it's going to be Votan. That was a long time ago, though. The last official army I fucked with was orcs in 40k. I sold everything. Wasn't really keeping up with 40k. Not my thing. Not like it used to be. And now I'm kind of getting back into it currently, so that's cool. I used to, well, the most 40k I've played in years was during COVID, and that was on Tabletop Sim. That's the last time I really played 40k. Beyond that, it was, I don't even know what edition it was. Like 7th edition, maybe? 8th edition? What was COVID's edition? 9th? Was that 9th edition? That must have been 9th, right? Because now we're at 10 and then 11's coming out. Well, I'd hope they're. Yeah, I don't think they're very good. I think they're quite trash. You're talking about the mutated, like, inbred hobbit goblins with the Goblin King. Yeah, those things are garbage. They suck. Yeah, they're garbage. They're supposed to be garbage. It's strength in numbers, right? Like, you're never really playing to kill the opponent. You're doing missions, so, like, you know, some missions I'm sure could be great for you if you play the game. October 27th, 2021, yeah. Oh, there's a bunch of... No, Votann have a few models. Votann have a decent-sized range currently. Obviously, they're going to get more. They seem to be very popular, so... It's good news for Votann fans. They just got a lot of new units anyways. They had, like, I think it was... When did they get the fucking Steeljacks? It was the Steeljacks. It was, Barrack, which just came out. I think with the Steeljacks, there was supposed to be another unit. I forgot what it was. Oh, the Arcanist. I think the Hernkin stuff. They got a few things. Overwhelm the army. Well, I think your basic goblin's like, what, 5 points? Horrible stats everywhere. But, like, that's the point. Yeah. I don't even know what you have access to. I've got the Hobbit book and I've got the Lord of the Rings book. I just never checked, like, evil armies because I'm not playing evil. Like, I have no clue what you even have access to if you're playing, like, Goblin Town. Like, you'll probably always play the King. You'll always play hordes of goblins. I don't even know what else you've got. I think you have a few heroes and you have, like, the little scribe. The nasty scribe dude. Like, the inbred little baby goblin. With, like, the little cabbage feet. Yeah, COVID was weird. 20 Beast Boys, 2 Beast Bosses, a Beast Boss on a Squig Hog. It's a pretty good deal for all painted. Are you going to keep them painted? Grenna Goblin, Scribe, Captain, and King? Yeah. You've got a few characters. I don't think you have much infantry. Like, there's no variety of the infantry, but, like, for the characters, there is. Yeah. It's cool. You always have to run the Goblin King. Like, that's just his army. Right? Like, if I play Khazad-dûm, I have to run, you know, Durin. It's just the theme. You know, if you're going to play Erebor, it's like, why not play Thor? If you're going to play Iron Hills, it's like, well, Dane, you know, you have to. Not everyone's super greasy. Everyone just wants to, like, relive the movies or the books. Although I'm sure you can get very greasy. I know they've got tournaments and everything. I don't like their fur coats, so I may repaint them. Oh. There's nothing wrong with repainting pre-painted stuff. Technically, with used Warhammer, you should be kind of like repainting it and rebuilding it and whatever else you've got going on. Sometimes it's not the best. Or it's just not for you, I should say. It's cheap for a reason. Used Warhammer is hard to get rid of because there's so many things that can go wrong. If I was to sell used Warhammer, technically I am selling used Warhammer, but if I was to sell anything from, like, my personal made collection, I'd probably try and charge more. Shit's like, every mold line's clean, everything's done. You don't have, like, sprue nubs anywhere. No, I'm not going to be on the main channel. I was supposed to be, and then I had to go pick up a package, and now I'm kind of here, and I don't feel too good. I'd rather have a full day. We'll do it tomorrow. I got stuck at Purelator, and I was talking to the clerk, and we were trying to figure out what the fuck the tracking number was, because the guy who wrote it down, he left, like, a notice. The guy who wrote it down literally put... We were there for, like, 5 minutes trying to figure out one letter, and it looked like a 1, it looked like a 5, it looked like an 8, it looked like a 4. It looked like 20 different things, and then when he finally found the package, it was a K. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Even the guy was like, what the fuck was this dude on? This is not a number. This is not, like, what is this? Like, I'm like, can I just see this? I'll decipher it. And I was looking at it for a few minutes, and I'm like, try this, try this. And he got to the point where he was literally putting in every number on the keyboard. He's like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So ridiculous. Yeah, he was pretty funny, though. The guy was cool. These are just 2 different ones. It's just leftover gloves and new gloves. I don't have any more black gloves. Which they don't even fit. These are, like, super extra large. The blue ones are definitely better, but I may as well use the black ones just to get them out. God. I'm not gonna be... Well, I don't know. We'll see. About emotes and shit on this channel, we'll see. I don't even know if I want to add any, like, goof-ass emotes. Look, whatever you do, whatever you want to do in your private time, bro, that's your private time. I'm not really about it. That is up to you, sir. I've been using old gloves the owner of my house left 5 years ago. Like, plastic gloves? Old plastic gloves? Or, like, actual, like, gardening gloves? Yeah, I gotta look at an image of this. This cast is so bad. I love how when you look at like promotional images, you've always got the studio resins, which are like the highest fidelity, perfect sculpts. And then you look at the ones you're given and you're like, did I really pay for this? Holy doo-doo ass. Well, I mean, that's every product ever, though, right? You're like, yeah, it looked better in the promotional images. Like, it's not that you can't make it look like that, because you can certainly grind things down, sand things down, cut things up. It's just not very, yeah, the studio resins are, like, really nice. Do I own any studio resins? No. No studio resins. Uh, I'm, uh, I'm bummed that there's, like, 50 of them, normal 80-piece box. Well, if you've got big ass like gorilla hands, you're talking like cave troll fingers. Yeah, you're probably gonna need like Super XL. The Super XL gloves. You know, you should reuse them though. Reuse them a few times. I think that's totally valid. You know, you really have to kind of adapt, I gotta say. You've been given a set of physical tools, and it's like, how do I use these? How do I make it work? You do need to adapt with what you've been given. It does suck, though. Because, like, they should be making things for everyone, but instruments might be a bit tough. But I'm sure they're out there. Like, I'm sure you can get bigger instruments, right? Possibly. It's like with clothes, they have bigger clothes. Or with games, they have accessibility options. You're able to adapt a little bit, but it is tough. Big, tall instrument. You got to play one of those old basses. One of those old standing classic basses. I fucking, when I had music class, I was given the baritone. And, you're with that if you have no interest in playing any instrument that they give you. And I was so fucking sick of it. I hated it so much. Like, I've always loved music, but I never give a fuck about that. What I was able to do instead of learning the instrument is there was only two people who were like, baritone. Is it baritone or baritone? I forgot. I think it's tone. But he kind of knew his shit, and I'd basically just follow his finger movements, and I would like do the noise of what it's supposed to be with my mouth. Like, like I was good at mimicking the sound enough to make it work. I'm like, close enough, man. And then eventually I got my bass and I was able to play bass, and that was way better. I gotta get a new blade. This blade's fucking trash. Where are the files? Oh, here we go. I unironically think GW has like the best metal files I've used. I usually don't praise GW tools, but like they have a really good grit, which is great for metal. It's not too abrasive. Kind of said that guitar is so mainstream. Well, I mean, everyone likes guitar, right? I'm not really... I prefer bass to guitar, but yeah. Not to mention, you're always inspired by somebody. When you play music, when you do anything, someone usually inspired you, and when it comes to music, you always want to kind of take after them. That's like always with music, always. Or it's like with gaming. It's like, who inspired every Gangplank player back in the day? Like, well, yeah, just saying. No ego, but true. Yeah. This casting's fucking cheeks. This casting is cheeks. Well, that could be a thing, too. I love Gangplank. Who's this guy? VP. What's up with this mold? This mold ain't so good. Hear that mold. Fix the mold, GW. It's bad. It's poo-poo. Now, these are pre-made. You just clean them up, and then you can do whatever you want with them. Pre-made, but then you just do whatever you like. See, I don't like the look of that horn. Take the horn off. You know, you want to give him an afro? Do that. You want to give him a mohawk? Do that. Do whatever you want. What I'll be doing is cleaning him up, though. I don't think I've ever seen an afro dwarf. I had an afro in high school. Disco dance dwarf. Gonna build a hurdy-gurdy someday. Those are pretty cool. Those are very, very synonymous with like any sort of shanty-ish pirate thing now. Very, very synonymous. I suppose so. They're just like nitrile gloves. I'm not sure. They're standard, like, working gloves. TF's good. TF is like the most respectable mid lane in the game, and he's been that way forever. Maybe not now with like the reset of W in autos, but like, yeah. That is a cheesy mechanic. Auto attack reset W. I mean, it makes sense. It makes complete sense, but it's like a cheese thing. I'd even wager TF takes more skill now than he did before. Considering there's so many more disgusting characters in the game. TF is harder to play now than he's ever been, and that's not because of him, that's because of the game. You're technically dealing with, like, even worse opponents, just disgusting characters, but yeah. TF and Galio. Galio's cool. I don't really care about playing most other champs now. I'm still sticking to Bilgewater, but yeah, Galio's cool. Galio's probably my favorite Demacian champ, and he's genuinely a nobody. He's like legit a nobody. He's one of the gargoyles. Lovely. Then again, everyone in Bilgewater's a fucking nobody. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'd say Galio probably is more important than anyone in Bilgewater, just saying. Graves and TF are literally non-existent, like zero... like, they just don't matter. They don't matter. MF kind of matters, but yeah. Nuisances is what they are. Nuisances. Let's move this before this destroys my entire setup. Get that out there. What am I listening to? I didn't see that now. It needs to be a Baru character, saying. Literally make a giant fat chick who's a Baru sorcerer, like the Big Mama, that's been in LOR forever. She's perfect for that game. Or make Jack, or make a Fish Vestian. That's literally all you have to do. And you'll have, like, a good roster. A good varied roster of, like, cool things. Like, also, the Vigo season. But the Ruination event? The weird Ruination event? It's just Akshan. Yeah, I'm good. You need more body types, bro. League doesn't need more pretty girl, like, standard goon bait nonsense. Like, at the end of the day, you have to sell skins, I get it, so making the most idealized version of something makes the most sense as a business. But you're kind of, like, destroying... You're destroying, like, just creativity. Span closer. Ruination event, Ruin League. Most of those events I don't think really mattered too much, honestly. They didn't add much. It's not, it doesn't sound very creative, and it's too misfortune. You don't need a girl with double, like, two-handed weapons or two pistols. If that's literally misfortune, that's her identity. You need Jack the Winner. You need Big Mama support Baru chick. You need fish people. Like, that's, yeah. You're set. Argument for diversity body types that cater to different sexual preferences. I mean, I would never look at a League character and think, man, I'm attracted to that. I have to play it. That's just kind of fucking weird. I don't view it that way. I view it as a character. Like, that's cool. You know what I mean? But that's not that's not the industry. That's not the industry. I care more about the stories and the characters than I do about any sort of weird gooner nonsense. Although, of course, some characters are meant to be that way. That's fine. But the it's good to have variety like that in a game that's so stagnant with its character design. Like, and we know what they're catering to. Yeah, you want more variety. And if that's where the money is, like, fine, I get it. It's a business, but, like, you know, serve the universe. Like, you need that balance. Serve the players and serve the universe. If half the Twitter gooners had their way with any franchise, every character would be hypersexualized and dog shit. There'd be no variety. It'd look ugly as fuck. Everything would be a circus. Yeah, who knows, though? I want to see what their new design... I want to see what the new character looks like. I think he looks a little bit like, Like, I've seen images of him, but he kind of looks like, Hui. He's like a Demacian Hui. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think images of him got leaked. You know, just as long as... Oh my god, my eye's itchy and I can't itch my eye. As long as you've got something that sells and something that people like, you're good to go, I guess. Well, Tom Kench was a very good design. He was a very good design. That was... We want to serve the universe. And, like, if you want to play a fat catfish Louisiana gambler, you know, deal-making demon, yeah, that's cool. That is a good design. A Southern man. Some characters click. You know, you need to make something for everyone. Doesn't mean you have to, you know, bring out, again, 50 different, like, idealized characters, but if that's the main market, go for that, but still kind of cater to, like, the non-idealized stuff. As long as it can sell skins, you're making money. Otherwise, all that developmental stuff that you've gone through, all the money you've spent, everything you've done is just kind of not giving you a return. It's very hard to make a champ. I'm not going to lie. I feel like it's very hard. Making something original, but also something that can sell, that isn't, like, just based off of some sort of algorithm. Yeah, that's hard, man. Really thinking outside the box. Shipping it, selling it. Well, skins make money. Skins are a big way as to how Riot makes money. The champion themselves, I mean, the champion probably makes no money. It's what you sell beyond that. Like, in a way, it sounds like he's right. TF and Graves are sexy. I don't see, I mean, sure, I suppose. I'm not like, I don't love them, you know what I mean? But they're my favorite characters, but like, they're totally fine for what they are. They're gruff, like, thugs. They look totally normal. I would never look at Graves and TF and be like, okay, we gotta sell skins, we gotta goon them out. Yeah. Like, not every character is made the same, but those characters are not, like, selling skins like hotcakes, I'm sure. Although Graves is extremely popular. Sleep Loser. Well, Graves had the pool party skin. Well, it's a safe bet, dude. A lot of other projects, I'm sure, are also riding off of League to a degree. Okay. Anyways. You can't please everyone. That's all I gotta say. Be happy with what you've got and pray for better in the future, or pray for more. Well, no one wanted the Gucci collab, but that was, I think, for China. I think that was in China at the time, because that's like, there's a lot of people over in China who love, I guess, designer brands. And that was more of like a collab for that, I believe. I think they also collabed with like BMW. Well, you say shit skin lines, it's all subjective. I don't think there's... I think there's the skin lines are fine. It's the concepts are bad for the skins. And it needs to sell in China because it's the biggest thing in China. That's like their biggest market. It's like, hey, our biggest market is fantasy miniatures. Let's start making Barney Adventure Friends and sell it to the fantasy guys. It's like, that's just not how you do it. If your biggest market is China, you're probably going to want to cater things to China a little bit more. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure, I get it. That's just business. But you're still going to want to do things that, you know, maybe aren't so driven by, like, a certain aesthetic or style. I haven't seen a drop of League content in years that was, like, anything I was in love with. I think the last time I cared was during Pike. Like, for the game itself. There's no content. There's no Bilgewater content, like, anywhere. Metal minis are cool, I agree. It's just sometimes the castings are really, really bad. Like this guy, if you're looking at this dude on the GW website and you're staring at, like, the studio resin of him, it is night and day different. Like, this is a rough casting. It's not that you can't save it, because, I mean, you take a bit of sandpaper, you take your blade, you go around, you spend 3 hours doing it, and it'll look good. Yeah, metal's great. Some of the best sculpts are all done in metal anyways. You can't get them elsewhere. Well, technically you can. You can get them in Finecast, which is disgusting. And I think I actually have this hornblower in Finecast right now, and I should really compare. I should look at the sculpts of both. Let me take a look. No, it's the same thing. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no, it is. If I ever have a chance to build a metal mini over a Finecast one, I always will. Even though the Finecast one you can clean up a bit better. Yeah, I'm good. Well, just for the metal guys, I am. It's not lead or anything, but yeah. These minis can take a very long time to figure out cleanup-wise. What, metal and Finecast? The difference is the actual fidelity. The problem with Finecast is it's super light and feels super cheap. It's prone to breaking. And there's a ton of usually air bubbles in the cast, and I can see like 20 of them right now. That's your biggest issue. The biggest issue is the air bubbles and kind of the amount of cleanup you have to do. With metal, it's more... everything is there. Let's just say that. Like, instead of having air bubbles all throughout, like, the trim of the chain skirt, you've got no bubbles on this one. You just have to kind of clean it up a little bit, and you're good to go. Yeah. Finecast is weird, man. Not really a fan of it, but like there's a lot of minis that are still made. Or I don't know if they're still made, but they were made in Finecast for a very long time. If you can ever get metal, get metal. It feels better. It's more fun to fucking put together. Okay, well, depends on the mini. It depends on the mini. I've ran into a few metal minis that were not very build friendly back in the day. Give me the lead. Yeah, I've got some lead stuff. I don't really want to work on it right now, but yeah. You could stare at this mini and find a million different problems to clean up. It is a very normal thing for metal. Technically, every surface can be sanded as well. Yeah, that's pretty shitty. Finecast is resin. It's a weird, airy... I don't even know what Finecast is exactly, but it's like a weird, light, airy resin. I'm sure people know exactly what it is, but it's not like... It's not the good stuff. It's cheap. It's trash. Yeah, it's not fun. Super doo-doo ass. But some things are still done in Finecast. Like, you just have to work with it, unfortunately. But yeah. Like, I gotta build Thror in Finecast. This thing is ass. And then I gotta build his son, Crane, which is also ass. And then I have a bunch of other stuff as well, but yeah, not very fun. Injection molded. Well, there's... It's... Injection molding is very expensive, and everything that goes into kind of creating a kit is also expensive. Yeah, it just depends on the project, I guess. If something is deemed profitable and you can mass produce it, you know, go that route. If something's a little bit more niche, like a fucking horn blower that was like actually, I think, a box exclusive back in the day, as a one-off, you know, you don't have to do that, right? Like, how many people are going to buy this if it was tooled up in injection molded plastic? think I need some 1500 grit. I think I need slightly less abrasive than where I'm working at now. Just slightly. You don't have the grit. Don't have the grit. Dutch wouldn't be proud. We don't have the grit. 1000 grit is like the perfect place to be for any mini. 800 or 1500 is as far as I would go, but yeah, 1000 grit is like basically perfect for minis. AI art is not the problem. All right, let's go sell AI art at a convention. Let's go lie to everyone. Say I made it myself. Source? Let me consult Grok. Grok, I made this. Yes, you did. Good work, human. What a lovely prompt. Well, it's the artist that's doing it, but it's the fact that you can fucking generate something and then trick people into thinking it's real, that you've actually made it yourself. And then you've got people like, yeah. Listen, I've seen my mom watch YouTube reels of like AI videos. She's like, you gotta see this, you gotta see this. Every time I'm like, this is AI. She's like, but it's so real. I'm like, that's the problem. Maybe not with art, but like with videos, yeah. Let's see what this looks like now. Well, I've seen apparently Marvel Rivals had AI emotes. Like, how brain dead do you have to be? Like, holy fuck, you have a whole team of people making your game. You have artists who you've, I'm sure, commissioned out. Like, just make the damn emotes. How much money do you make? Like, a skin in that game is probably sold more than the entirety of League for some characters. That is just disgusting and lazy and shit. You're joking. Like, how long does it take to make an emote? You know, it's like, well, we got to AI it. It's fine. Intellectual work. Intellectual property. Okay, how much more do we have to do? I was gonna say this sounds like fucked up Slayer, and it's Kerry King, so it technically is fucked up Slayer. The emotes weren't AI. They weren't enhanced by AI. The artist just drew a bunch of like weird things kind of like dragged into itself. There's a lot of images that are supposedly enhanced by AI. The initial piece can be drawn, but then they put it through a fucking machine. It's like, why? Put it through a prompt. Make it perfect. I think that was also the case with the Windrose album. It was air quote enhanced. Yeah. Well, the weirdest thing is even with that, they also had, I think, merch that was like AI, though. That's the weird thing, man. I don't know. Well, in the corporate aspect, yes, I can see AI being a big thing. 100%. Because that's just like typical corporate nonsense. Money, money, money. Most returns. I get it. It's so shit, though. That was poor quality control. So, like, they got bored and they just wanted to use AI. That's what that sounds like. Build, hello, sir. Yeah, well, there are genuine uses for it. But in terms of art application and, like, big companies kind of selling you stuff, I would never want to buy fucking AI art. Like, that is just disgusting. Who the fuck wants to put AI art on their walls? People do, but, like, that is just ew. It's like, dude, you've got official stuff out there. Just get the official stuff. Like, why the fuck do you want AI art on your walls? like, I want AI art of Mochi. It's like, okay, well, there's an image of Mochi. Just do that. It's like, no, no, no. AI art of Mochi. It's like, okay. That's kind of the reason why I didn't even pick up the third Troll Slayer album or the third Windrose one. Was for that reason. I'm like, I really, really like Windrose, but I don't really like the cover. I've got a big Winter Saga flag, and that's cool. That came with, like, the collector's edition of the first album, but yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? You do whatever you want to do. I'm not gonna... No one's gonna sit here and, like, yell in your face, like, you're a loser. Well, people will do that. Everyone's just got their own opinions on how things are, and that's just mine. Like, I've got a few art pieces that I love, and I can never imagine replacing wall space with anything less. Why the funny glasses? It's so I don't get metal in my eyes. All the metal flakes. Well, this channel at one point was called Tobias Fate Plus, and then I just didn't really want that name in the channel anymore, so I just renamed it Hearth and Hobbying. Which I think actually is a pretty damn good name. I think it works really well. Hearth Michael Tobias Hobby. It was supposed to be today, it'll be tomorrow. I didn't do any of that. I haven't played League in a few days. The game is just so boring. I think I have a way to enjoy it, and I'm going to be playing League maybe tomorrow morning a little bit, but I need to really have fun with that game. There are ways to have fun, and I'm on the verge of doing it. Mayhem is really good. No, Mayhem is the most fun I've had in League in a while, if I get my characters. If I don't get a character I care for, it's zero fun. Like, no, I don't want to play Shyvana. No, I don't want to play, like, Sona, you know? It's like doing Warhammer and not playing the army that you like. It's like, I really like dwarves, but I'm forced to play Space Marines. It's like, what? Space Marines going crazy. Throw champ requests.
Supposedly next week there should be Total War news.
That should be cool. I think, I'd like to see news on the 40k Total War, to be honest. I don't think there's going to be anything for me in, like, the End Times DLC when it comes out, because technically there's not much more to add for dwarves. You could still put a few things in, but, like, yeah, you're pretty much done. But you could do the Incarnates. Technically, you could have Ungrim all souped up and fucking crazy with, like, the Winds of Fire in him. You could do the Incarnates, which is a cool idea. You could have Thorgrim with, like, metal. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. Ungrim is, like, super sick in the End Times. Bro is, like, actually the first Fire Slayer. It's cool looking. Well, Thanquil's going to show up. Yeah. With Bone Ripper. There's going to be a lot of cool shit coming, I'm sure. You know what? Bring forth Snorri. Snorri Nosebiter needs to be the final DLC for the dwarves. Well, okay, for the End Times. Easy. Easy edition. Make him a super tanky fucking dwarf. With, like, anti-infantry. High physical resist, anti-infantry. You're good to go. Well, you've got Dwarven Queens. I wouldn't so much say as, like, regiments of women going to war. That doesn't really work. That's not going to work. No. Age of Sigmar a little bit more appropriate. The dwarves keep their women as safe as Discord mods keep their e-kittens. They will defend them to their dying breath, and they are their queens. They are their queens. Just wouldn't work with fantasy, man. It would never work with fantasy. You'd be taking away such an interesting aspect of dwarves in fantasy if you did that. It's fine to have, like, daughters and things kind of aspire to be more. I mean, there's literally dwarf queens and different tales of dwarven women kind of, like, taking after people and whatnot and adventuring, but yeah, not really. Yeah, that's not really a thing in fantasy. That would be very pointless. Age of Sigmar, different story. Age of Sigmar, different story. When your race isn't on the decline 24/7 and you can actively go out and do things and not necessarily feel the repercussions, yeah, it's not so bad. The Votan, if you want to even call them dwarves, same deal. They're all cloned, so, like, technically you can have women on the front lines and it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you're good, man. Peace, buddy. There's both. There's two types. You have the Rune Guardians, which are, like, mechanical rune-empowered ones, and then you have the Granti Duraz, which are the stone and rune. There's two types. I'm sure there's even more. I think there's one guarding, in one of the fantasy roleplay books, there was it was a big steam-powered behemoth. I'm not sure if it was, like, rune-empowered, though, but it was, guarding, like, one of the deepest vaults. It's a lot of flavor and a lot less, oh my god, we have minis. But it's a very dwarvish thing to kind of make dwarves in different sizes. It's like a dwarf golem that looks like the engineer who made it. That's very much a thing. That would make sense. Well, they would still fight. Yeah, they would do that, definitely. But, I mean, it's not some sort of, like, mainline canon thing. They would 100% do that. Absolutely. They wouldn't die laying down, you know what I mean? Like, it's always been said that dwarven women are more feisty than ever. It's like when you go home, it's like when the wife gives you that look, you know something's up and you're certainly at work. You never want the look. I've had the look enough, don't worry. Fauna has given me the stink eye. The Revenant Queens. Well, you know, I mean, maybe. Maybe. Nothing says you can't do it in your own head. Maybe in the Warhammer world it's already been a thing, but it just hasn't been written, you know? That's always been kind of the thing they've said. It's like, dwarves don't use spears. Well, it's like, who's to say a dwarf wouldn't use a spear in some case? You know what I mean? Fuck, you've got dwarves using elven weapons, for God's sake, in some of the books. Like, yeah, it's a thing. It's not big enough to change anything, but there's always outliers, I think is the way to look at it. The race as a whole, no. A few dwarves with, like, heirlooms from, like, the War of Vengeance, sure. Way different. And that's kind of fun. You know, it's not like 100% of everything you read in the books is the only canon. You'll always have weird little outliers. It's like, who's to say a dwarf does not ride a mount? It won't be the whole race riding a mount, you know, but there are dwarves, I'm sure, who grew up and one probably said, you know what, maybe I want to ride this in a battle, even though everyone else would look at him and be like, you're a freak, bro. You're a wazak. What is wrong with you? Yeah. Well, dwarves don't ride because they're unreliable. That's the main thing. Animals are unreliable, and they're used as more of like mules or ways to drag around carriages and things. They're used to drag around like artillery to fields and whatnot. Yeah, they don't really want to ride animals. No, it's just unreliability. That's the main thing. Like, they'll ride a cart drawn by animals, but they won't ride the animal itself, you know what I mean? It's like, well, the cart itself was built by us, and we can control the animal to a degree. So get me from point A to B, and that's it. But I will not ride this thing into battle. You can smelt the Sword of Cain. Bro, you can fucking burn down the Oak of Ages and make it into a lumber mill. That is insanely funny. They don't fucking care. And then you've got Thoric literally shitting on everyone in, like, their, I think he's got a diplomacy line where he's talking to, I guess, any sort of elf, and he's like, I'll turn your forests into fuel. It's like, oh shit. That's a thing they'll do. Well, no, bro, who's to say you can't have... Who's to say you can't have outliers? Do you know what I mean? Like, there are dwarves out there who will ride an animal. There's a dwarf out there who will use a spear or an elven weapon. Like, it's just... That's entirely believable. Entirely believable. It's just, again, you won't see the entire race doing it. If you have, like, goat cavalry, Lord of the Rings, you know, Erebor rolling into, like, a battle against greenskins, that would be a bit sus. You make up your own lore, bro. It's fine. No one's gonna... You know, there's the lore police and everyone who's super anal about stuff, but it's your hobby. Do what you want. I gotta get some food soon. Mochi's gotta go. Mochi! Did you see Mochi in the new YouTube video? He was a fish. I would say rams are more of like the dwarf thing. Maybe I wouldn't really say a bear, but like bears are kind of up there, I suppose. You had fucking Dane in The Hobbit riding the New Zealand pig. That like very specific pig that's like native to New Zealand. It's got like the big fat forehead. He is paralyzed from the waist down because he slew the rat ogre by his hands. Sounds like a Slayer oath. Sounds like he needs some shield bearers to drag him around. I killed this rat ogre that was assailing my clan, but now I can't protect them anymore. I've lost my legs. I have to become a Slayer. Sounds like a dwarf thing, unironically. Fuck are we listening to? What the fuck is this? Never heard of this band. I was actually going to work on some fantasy stuff soon. I'm kind of bouncing around to all my projects, and I have a lot of them now. I was going to work on some Slayer host. At least having like one unit of Slayers done would be nice. Gotta keep things fresh. Keep things as exciting as I can make them for myself without falling asleep. There you go, sir. It's your song. One of the most depressing things I'm seeing these days is all of my childhood places get turned to dust tomorrow. It was supposed to be today, but I had to go pick up a package and I just took too long. I kind of don't feel too good, so tomorrow. All the childhood restaurants gone. The childhood stores gone. What left is there for us? It's all gone. The one more GW that's been around for ages is still there, thank God. Maybe June. I was thinking of doing one for my birthday. That gives me a bit of time to figure out my health, figure out this place. Hopefully not be moved at that time. Maybe June. It was, a lot of people miss it too. Yeah, it was very, very fun. A lot of people loved it. That's a lot of streaming. That's 24/7 streaming. And I did it for a year. I would have kept doing it if my back wasn't so fucked. But you learn, and now we know if I do another event that I have to take breaks for exercising and stretching, and then I'm back on. I have to be a human being. Otherwise, it's 24/7 streaming. I still have that back pain, actually, crazily enough. I felt it yesterday. I bent over to pick something up, and it's my lower left back. It instantly shot up. I still have it, but it's only in, like, severe bends. It's no longer what it was. Like, what it was fucking horrible, like, completely debilitating. Like, don't move, sit down, you know, pray it gets better type of bad. Now it's, I can walk around, do whatever, but, like, when I bend over in certain ways, yeah, it's bad. And I was talking to the guy, and I'm like, you know, you really helped me out with all this stuff. And he's like, yeah, I'll be seeing you soon. I'm like, what do you mean? It's all good now. I'm not going to go back to it. He's like, when you feel good, you get complacent. When you feel good, you forget about the pain. And then it comes back. I'll be seeing you soon. He's like an evil leprechaun coming back for his spinal gold. I gotta head out in about 10 minutes. I think what I'll do is just go take mochi, and I won't eat yet. I'll eat later tonight, because I do want to finish this, so I'll leave in about 10 minutes. Metal minis take so long to clean up. If you want to make them look half decent, they take a while. You always kind of forget the amount of work that goes into, like, cleaning half this shit up. Once it's painted, it'll look really good, but, like, the amount of work in just getting everything smoothed out and picked apart, you sometimes forget that a lot of it goes into this. All right. Big monsters and war machines. Well, that's usually the flavor sometimes of armies. It's like you've got a bunch of elves doing stuff, you got a bunch of dwarves doing stuff, you have a bunch of humans, then you have, like, everything they bring with them. It's a bit more flavorful, I'll say. Yeah, we'll do one more song after this, and I gotta go for like 10-15. 10-15 minutes. Yes, sir. We're chilling. I usually, if I'm on in the evening, I'd prefer to do this stream, but since I'm not really 100%, I'm just gonna sit here anyways. After this song, I'll go for a little bit. Too many things to build. Too many things. Well, unfortunately, you won't see that in the tabletop, so that's a good sell. A lot of people got into Warhammer through Total War, and they sold them a universe that was dead. That's the funniest thing. When Total War came out, Age of Sigmar was out. Total War wasn't out when AOS was out. Or when Fantasy was out. So they're like, play with the miniatures. I think back in the day, if you bought Age of Sigmar, or even like Warhammer Total War stuff, I'm pretty sure they came with adverts for Age of Sigmar. If I'm not mistaken. I can't remember exactly, but it should be that. Atlin, thank you, sir. Total War may have been during the end times, but I'm 99% sure it was AOS, like, first edition. It's just been a while. But I'm pretty sure they came with AOS adverts. Again, I might be wrong on that. It's just so... It's like over 10 years old at this point, I'm pretty sure, so... That's at least what I kind of remember. I don't think it did start. No, I don't think it did. Yeah, Alan, hello, sir. Hubert, thank you, man. Oh, we're not even close to any of these armies being done, brother. There's a lot of work left to do. Age of Sigmar is very popular. You know what's funny? I was looking at the AOS rulebook, the latest... latest one. I was looking at the latest rulebook, and on the front cover, it says, the world's greatest fantasy game. Fantasy tabletop game. I'm like, whoa. Very bold. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, all right. Slow down there. Well, they're not wrong. Yeah, they're not wrong. Age of Sigmar is the world's biggest fantasy game, but like, come on, bro. Keep boasting, dude. Sure, I get it. All right, we'll do one more song, actually, and I'll go. After this, I'm going to take a 10, 15-minute break. Lex, hello, buddy. Yeah, 10, 15 minutes after this song, though. And Mochi should be fine, then I'll be eating later. Well, you can play D&D with minis. The biggest turnoff of D&D is not playing with minis or... like, if you're going to play digitally, fine. And you have everything set up. But, like, pen and paper D&D... just imagine it's in front of you type of deal is just not my thing. It was a year after the end times. There you go. Yeah. So it was gone. Age of Sigmar first edition, I believe, was out, and they came with adverts, and they were like, if you love... Because technically they still sold Age of Sigmar first edition, or you could say, like, I guess I'd call it beta. I still have the fucking printouts of, like, the supposed beta, whatever you want to call it, where you basically took your Age of Sigmar, or you took your fantasy minis and you put them into Age of Sigmar, and they reprinted all the rules for Age of Sigmar. And then beyond that, they eventually came out with, or it might have been the same time. I can't remember. It may have been the same time, but it was during, like, the initial launch, and you would see a lot of adverts for stuff like that with Total War. Yeah, it was really odd. You love the game, now get the minis, and then when you want to go get the minis, it's no longer in, like, rank and flank, it's just circle bases, but all those minis from Total War are there. Because they used to sell you everything, right? The whole fantasy range was effectively for sale outside of, like, Bretonnia and Tomb Kings. They kept it, they gave you jank rules, and they said you can play. And then, of course, as Age of Sigmar flourished and became its own thing, they phased out everything and then said, you know, back to fantasy you go, like, 5 years later, whatever it is. Which is exactly what it should be. I don't really... I've come to terms with using, like, fantasy in Age of Sigmar. It is its own thing. I like that it's its own thing. I will forever love Warhammer Fantasy, but, like, you have to kind of enjoy the universe for being different, even though it was kind of made through business decisions. If it ain't selling, you gotta do something. It is what it is at this point. Paper and Lego figures. If it wasn't Games Workshop stuff, it was the dollar store. Like, my father paid child support through Warhammer. So, you know, it is what it is. It's a good time. Well, I wouldn't even say child support. It was more of like, hey, it's your birthday, let's go to Games Workshop. It wasn't really child support. It supported me mentally, but my mom still got, you know, whatever it was for, like, food and stuff. All right, I'm going to take a 10 to 15 minute break. I got to go take Mochi out. I will be back 10 to 15 or so. And then I will probably just stay here for a little bit, finish up this guy, and then maybe just go get food and go to bed. Lose more money in the long term. Well, I don't know. When I was a kid, games are fun, but Warhammer's cooler. And then you play Total War. I don't think I'll be playing Total War tonight. That is CBT. But maybe. All right, folks. I'll be back in 10:15. Be right. Mochi! Look, you hear him? He's crazy. All right, I'm back for a little bit. Oh, my knee. My knee! Oh. My knee is cooked, man. Oh. It's cooked. Bro, you know you're getting old when anything you do starts to, like, require aid. Or you're just lazy. Probably that. All right, we'll be here for a little bit more, and then I'm gonna go. Maybe like 30 more minutes. The Unknees. Unknees. That is true. The knees give out. Bro, this glove. What is going on? I think my glove is missing a finger. There it is. Alrighty, we'll do this a little bit more, and then we're gonna head out. I mean, that fucking hurts. I would imagine that's horrible. An arrow to the knee? That sounds terrible. It may be a meme, but, like, yeah, that would debilitate you. That is game over. Yeah, literally. It's a Nordic saying for getting married. Is it really? Does it go both ways? It sounds like real life. Is it not? You're born with money or you resort to crime. It goes both ways. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Basically that. It's like, yeah. Sounds like Bilgewater. Good old Bilgewater. Simple as, brother. Simple as. Simple as. This guy's got to be fairly done soon. You can technically sit here for ages working on metal minis. You can take as long as you want with any sort of mini. But you eventually do have to call it quits. But it is good to return with fresh eyes. I gotta say, fresh eyes is good. Oh, is it really a myth? Well, there you go. It's not about getting married, it's about getting shot in the knee. Debunked. Fraud. Grok response. False information. Oh. We have to execute you now. Sorry. You lied on the internet, you have to be executed. You know, there's so many things on the internet, you literally pick up random things. You do tend to pick up things. But who gives a fuck? It's fine, man. Hydraulic press time. I reject your reality and substitute my own. Sounds like Twitter. Sounds like Twitter, brother. I shit-talk the Votan daily, and then I ended up doing them anyways. I shit-talk the Votan daily. I don't... The Votan are not dwarves. Everyone knows that. Even the squats from Rogue Trader were not dwarves. They're a very... They're... Anything 40k needs to be rooted in... Well, for the sake of humans, I guess you could say. Rooted in some sort of, like... You know, believability. It's like if you wanted to make an actual spacefaring dwarven race, you could probably do that. You could probably do that. But I think they'd have to look a little bit different from, like, typical humans. Right? Like a legitimate birthed as aliens or some sort of, like, non-offshoot, but Xenos thing. But for the sake of the Votan, for the sake of the squats, for the sake of, like, all the abhumans in 40k, it's all a rip on fantasy, and it's a little bit more grounded in sci-fi than it would be, you know, just saying, like, hey, space dwarves. It's like, well, how were they born? Rocks. You know, that's a little bit goofy. So what they did with like the Votan and the squats, I think, is fine, but you know, they're more of like dwarves in essence, but not actually dwarves. That's the biggest thing about the Votan, and I think once you realize that and once you accept it, it's totally fine and totally great. You got to get out of like the dwarf purist mindset, essentially, which is where I've been for so long. But I do like them. I don't like every aspect of the Votan, but I do like them. They should be full dwarf. I mean, the Eldar are technically just straight up like space elves, but for the sake of like the squats, the ratlings, and the Ogren have been in the universe for so long, and they've all been abhumans of like humanity. It makes sense, but for the sake of, you know, sci-fi in the universe and everyone kind of going off and becoming their environment, it makes more sense as to what they did. Like, their lore is very... Their lore is literally them being dwarves. No one's going to say the Votan are not dwarves because their lore is literally about being a dwarf. It's the sci-fi aspect of them that I don't necessarily love. And that's more of like the whole Votan system, which is a rip on like the ancestors, you know. And then you've got like the whole cloning guilds and everything where everyone's just born as an adult, not really naturally birthed and kind of growing up as children. You know, they were a very proficient ant colony of like clones. But they're still dwarves. I think space wolves are spiritually dwarves. Well, I mean, the Votan literally have guilds. They drink. They go together as family. Like, they worship the ancestors. It's so dwarvish. It's so dwarvish. Everything they do is very dwarvish, but, like... yeah, they're clones. They're clones. They worship AI. That is the collection of all of their previous consciousnesses and tech and everything, so it's super funky 40k. But it is 40k dwarves. That's like the best way to put it. They did nail a 40k dwarf. In the context of the universe being grim and dark and miserable and fucked up, they're exactly that. It's strange. So I think it's fine. In its own little context and its own little isolated, like, thing, it's completely fine. I still love fantasy dwarves more. I always will, but yeah. It's not... it's just what it is. It is what it is. You're born with a purpose, you die with a purpose, your consciousness gets uploaded, everything you've done, everything you've seen gets thrown back into the Votan, and then it kind of, like, learns from it, and, you know, you're born anew, and it's like, hey, your ancestors are with you. It's like, yeah. That was the life we had prior. Very strange, but very 40k. Best way to put it. League won't do it. League has Ornn. Ornn's a dwarf. That's it. You don't need to make everything the exact same thing. I think that's actually kind of boring if you did. Like, everyone's got their own ideal version of something. You know, you can look at Warhammer Fantasy Dwarves and be like, yeah, that's perfect. And I think it is. But, you know, if you had Warhammer Fantasy Dwarves injected everywhere else and the lore never changed, it wouldn't really be as exciting. You have to make it at least grounded and believable in the setting that you're putting them in. So... The Votan took a very long time for me to care about, but I do like them. I like them because I've learned to love different. Same thing with the Necromunda squats, which are actually a little bit more like dwarves, because they actually have little families and they breed normally. They don't have like a crucible. They're a bit more, well, I guess all Votan are kind of grindy. The Necromunda squats are all grindy as hell, too. That's just what dwarves are. But the Necromunda squats are cool. Whoops. Elder Scrolls. I haven't played the Elder Scrolls. I couldn't tell you. I agree. Warhammer Fantasy is perfection. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But that's why the Votan are so cool, is because they're not perfect. They're not just like straight up fantasy dwarves. In the context of the universe and everything going on in 40k, they're very 40k. I might play the remake. We'll see when it comes out. I know they just announced it. Fantasy dwarves are just like Tolkien's dwarves, but like on super crack. It's like, why do we need fucking dwarven steel to fight a Balrog when I can just like run it over, fly into it, shoot it with a fucking like crank gun, cast runic magic at it? Like, it's like, is that a Balrog? Oh, it doesn't matter. I've got 3,000 years of gunpowder. You know, whatever it may be, right? Like, it's just business. Balrog meet helicopter. Meet booze-powered death. Imagine the amount of slayers who would have to kind of like throw themselves at a Balrog to kill it. Would that even work? Like, holy shit. It's good to love differently, bro. Not everything needs to be compared to fantasy. And that's crazy coming from me because I would always compare everything to fantasy, and that's why I never liked anything else. And then I'm like, you know what? Why am I so stupid? Like, yes, Warhammer Fantasy Dwarves are the best version of dwarves I've probably ever seen, but yeah, it's good to love differently. Yeah, they're going to try and do some of the Eastern Kingdom stuff, hopefully. I want to see Nippon. I want to see Ind. I want to see, like, Koresh, all those places. There's a lot of Eastern funk that can kind of go on. That'd be cool. At this point, I just want more dwarves, but, like, I will always be welcoming of new things because then I have new things to kill with dwarves, you know what I mean? Implying I even play that game again. I wonder how Nagash is going to function in multiplayer. I don't think anyone's going to take him. He'd be way too expensive. Like, way too expensive. Like, if you think giving lords spells is bad, Nagash is probably going to have, like, 50. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Literally that. I don't really like the Chaos Dwarves. They're still dwarves, but They're just all perverse and fucked up. Yeah, I have no interest in Chaos Dwarves, though. I have an interest in the fact that they're being led by a supposed ancestor god. That's fucking cool. Maybe at the time that wasn't really a thing, obviously, but for Age of Sigmar to say that, I mean, that's a very interesting thing. His own unit rating? I don't really know what that is. Everyone has a points cost. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll play that game again, but I'm not sure. I'd rather just kind of like do the tabletop stuff. There's too many tabletop things to do to really be able to play a game. If I have time for this, I'd rather just do this. But I most likely will at least return for the End Times DLC just to see what's up. Especially if there is new Dwarven units, which would be so fucking cool. I'd love to see that. This has got to be done. I should put it on a base and eyeball it tomorrow, see what's missing. Technically, I've been working on this thing for 2.5 hours. It is good to revisit things when you've worked on it for so long because you might see them differently. Well, you'll always see things differently. When your brain is so locked in on something, you just have to have it kind of rest and assess it again. We should call it quits here for this guy. Tomorrow I will reassess. Let's just wipe him down. And reassess tomorrow. I'm gonna do variety. I'm gonna maybe do a bit of league tomorrow and then variety. Variety for sure, because I want to finish that DLC. God. That is a very interesting DLC. I liked the new video. I thought it was... I laughed a few times. It was weird, man. Yeah, the segment at the beginning was good. Yeah. That was, We're gonna try and ramp up, content on both those channels. Obviously, the VOD channel is just straight up VODs, but the Warhammer channel, I'm gonna try and put out another video soonish. We're going to be pursuing variety, Warhammer, and League is kind of the goal. So it's like a bit of everything. It'll keep me mentally stimulated and be different enough, I think, to be exciting enough. So, we'll see. Doing League alone is just like fucking pure boredom. You need a bit of everything. It's the same thing with Warhammer. I could never do Warhammer just alone. You need a bit of everything. All right, let's work on one more thing and then I'm probably gonna head out. Let's do the banner. What's the banner? Quinplank is from Europe. He's from, like, Poland? He's Polish. Polish barbecue? Polska barbecue, Polska. Just take a knife to this. Polska, Polska. Cabanos. My best friend growing up was Romanian, and every time I'd go over to eat at his house, I'd be eating like fucking Narnia food. His grandmother would serve like the most American things ever, but she'd also make a like Romanian food with the whole family, and I'd be eating like these like it's not seaweed, but it's like weed wrapped food, and I'm like, what is this? And it's like the testicles of a cow drenched in the sauce of the waterfall. I'm like, okay. And then I would eat it. Probably grape. Yeah, they were very Romanian, though. Like, whatever I was eating was very authentic. Legit. 100%. I don't know what the fuck any of it was, but it was new to me. I was over at that guy's house, like, every weekend, man. We used to do Warhammer. Used to play games. His grandmother and mom used to cook food. Like, damn. I haven't talked to that guy in ages. Cold cucumber, yogurt soup, yogurt soup. Bagels are really tasty. Pierogies are really good too, yeah. Where's the Finecast banner? There it is. I gotta see what the fuck I'm looking at. Oh, hi, and son, oh, hi, and... Jewish Polish people, that's bagels. Bagels are good. Bagels are fucking awesome. Working on Lord of the Rings minis has to be one of the most, like, stress-relieving things in this hobby, because you don't have 9,000 parts, and it's pure nostalgia. You can sit here and just scrape, like, literally whatever the fuck you want, and it still will look good. There's so many issues. It's so good. It's like, no wonder the SBG folks are, like, the most sane. Yeah, I think there was a few of those. Have you seen War Master? Let me see if I have some War Master stuff. War Master is, I think it was like, what, 8 mil? I forgot what scale it was in. Fucking super tiny. I think it might be 8 mil. Shit. It was an older... It literally is Total War Warhammer, in miniature form. Like, you don't have a Slayer, you have, like, 20.
Watched the new video before leaving to the gym and gotta say it's another banger, sir. Also, I'm currently at the gym watching, or more like listening, the stream.
Nice. Hey, you're good, brother. Get your workout in, sir. I thought the new video was good, too. I laughed at it, definitely. That was, a little bit ghoulish. There was a few ghoulish parts. What is that? Here. It's Rangers? Rangers. So, I had this, I had a bunch of War Master shit from back in the day, and I never got around to making it, and I want to do, like, a little video series on YouTube with all these minis, because, like, you really just don't see this shit anymore. And, one sec. Maybe I should just grab a bag. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Let's do the army. Okay, well, here's some characters. I'll show you these. These are some of the War Master characters. So this is, like, your Anvil of Doom. Looks like hammers. No, this is the Anvil Guard. There's no hammers here. These are metal. Here's the Anvil. It's fucking awesome. It's in the style of, like, 4th and 5th edition stuff, but yeah. You've got, like, your little Thorgrim, your king. Yeah. There's your not Thorgrim. I think that's supposed to be a fucking, like, bear. It's like the king's, like, court something. Court jester? I don't know what that is, actually. You're supposed to paint them. Yeah, yeah. I haven't done much in the way of this in a very long time, so... Yeah. They had, like, the airships and everything, which I do have. But it's really, it's cool. Here. Suck. Ew. There's your Slayer block. Dwarf General inside. This is when they had feathers. Some of them had feathers. Yeah. They're very, very tiny. Yeah. And then this is how they came. This is like an unopened army, though. The world of hobby games. That's the David Gallagher... What? Is this Crimson Fists? This is the David Gallagher piece, though, for sure. Oh my god. The worst. These are the worst paint pots. Those are disgusting. The one they did right after this was Perfection, because it was my most nostalgic one. It still wasn't the best, but yeah. Mordheim War Master. Look at that. Is that the... This is what? 4th edition? 40k? Is this 4th edition? This is 3rd edition. Is this 3rd? I can't remember. My 40k is a little bit hazy. God. Mail orders. Assembling metal kits. Is that not a Games Workshop blade? They lost so much money doing this. Yeah, here are the Slayers. Look how small they are. They're so sick. The Slayers, I feel like most of the Slayer sculpts, in my eyes, are kind of perfect. They haven't really aged too much. It's 4th edition. Yeah. 4th edition, it's the cover of, it was the John Blanche, was it John Blanche? I think it was John Blanche, right? Yeah, it's Blanche. Yeah. So the 4th edition John Blanche, Black Templars, and it was against the, Dark Eldar. Which actually, I think is right there, yeah. Lore accurate dwarf size. Okay, we have to execute you now. Time to be executed. Yeah, this stinks of age. It's old and musty. I would like to build a lot of the War Master stuff, though, even if I'm never going to be able to get a game of War Master, because God forbid anyone plays that near me. People still play War Master, but I don't know if there's any, like, scene near me. But I do have a bunch of stuff that I could build. For Finecast, you have to wash plastic. Yeah, you typically wash your minis. If you can. Metal, too, because you've got your little mold release agents. Yeah. Wash them. The worst thing is when you spend all that time cleaning and gap filling and doing everything, and then it's time to prime, and you fuck up. And it's not that it's not salvageable, but, like, you don't want to fuck up, you know? And I've never had issues priming. Usually when I prime, everything goes fine, even when it's cold outside and it's shitty. You just shake the living hell out of the spray and spray it from a distance. And, you know, you're good to go. I'd even wager underspraying is a bit better sometimes, just so you don't fuck it up. If you're not really new to the... Or if you're not, like, familiar with priming. You can underprime and then just paint in the rest with, like, a big brush. If you're scared of overspray. Yeah. Well, you leave it. You know what? When you prime, I would never... I would just be like, fuck it, I'll see you tomorrow. You know what I mean? Prime it, wait a day. Just to be sure. Same thing with any putty that you've worked on. Any sculpting. It's like, you'd rather just wait the full day just to be sure. Go do something else. Maybe work on a different project, you know? The number one thing you don't want to do in this hobby is rush. I feel like you'll regret 10 times more than anything. Just because there's so many things to do, and it's just usually a long process. Yeah, I would just sleep it off. Exactly. Just go to bed. Be like, all right, we'll paint in the morning or whatever. But again, it's not that you can't fix that, because there are ways to strip paint. But you don't want to do that. It's just such a process, such a waste of time. You know, they always say measure twice, cut once. And you know what's even better? Practice on shit minis, or practice on a sprue. Literally spray random stuff. That's always a good thing. Well, yeah. Yeah, preferably not. Everything is just practice, though. It's like once you've done it a few times, you're good to go. You don't think, you just do. So many things to do in this hobby. It's insane. It's like the all-encompassing creative hobby. You can technically do everything. Sculpting, painting, drawing, reading, just like... Maybe you can turn a Warhammer miniature into like a musical instrument. Maybe. I don't know how that's gonna work, but maybe. Like, this is my dwarven horn. It's made of a real dwarf horn. It's like, don't ask how I got it. Um... Anyone new can come into your stream and they'll always have some tip or trick you can learn from. Isn't no other stream category community does that? That's not true at all. What? I mean, anything that people do and that people are getting into, you can learn from. You can technically learn things in the league category. When it comes to creating things with your hands, though, I mean, there's a million ways to do it. It's just more of like finding what you enjoy and what your groove is and then kind of doing that, you know? You can learn things here if you ask questions, but no. Best part of the hobby when it comes to mini making is kit bashing. Even small parts like a head or helmet add so much to the uniqueness of models. Nothing feels more rewarding. Yeah. Well, you know what? GW is not really... GW doesn't really like pursuing that anymore. They don't promote kit bashing. They promote reading the instructions and that's it, and then copying paint schemes. And they don't... Yeah, that's just GW. And that's fine. If you don't want to think too much and you just want like a cool army, that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but you know, making your own stuff, sculpting your own stuff, building your own dream army is cool. Well, because I'm the master of Alawi support, bro. You can't do that. Yeah, there's limitless possibilities. There's always a... Here's the thing, though. There's always a process that is probably worth trying. Like, when it comes to building miniatures, if you're using a mold line scraper, stop using a mold line scraper. Try a knife. If you're not good with blades, you know, keep the mold line scraper. But there's always something worth pursuing, because it is just kind of, like, more optimal. But maybe not optimal for you. It's like, what's the easiest way to base coat a mini? With a big brush or a small brush? It's like... yeah. You test the waters, you try different things, and then you eventually learn. Other than don't play it anymore. Well, true. A lot of people are new to Warhammer. Warhammer blew up recently. So I understand that people have, like, questions and things about the hobby or whatever it may be. Warhammer has been getting pretty crazy lately. And it's certainly more of a social hobby than League. People would rather share in communication in Warhammer than they ever would in League, and I don't blame them. In League, you don't want to talk to people. It's like the exact opposite of what this hobby is. It's like, no, I don't want to listen to you speak, man. Go away. Full mute. Fuck off. Bye-bye. Scrape metal and plastic. Yeah, that's true. Well, there's... yeah, I guess so. I've got so many things to build, you're probably just going to see that for a while. The Build Master. Well, there is a meta in Warhammer. Oh, there certainly is. If you want to play at that, like, echelon, those competitive levels, there's a meta. But at the end of the day, Warhammer is part art project, and so that's why a lot of people kind of do more than just become robots. League is easier to kind of streamline. Warhammer, when it comes to that stuff, I mean, again, half the battle is the art. You can streamline the art, you can make it easier to kind of do and whatnot, but you're still pouring a piece of you into it. And you don't necessarily want to follow what everyone else is doing. It could be with League too, you know? You could do your own thing, but, like, it's a different beast. Yeah, there is a competitive scene. Not everyone who does Warhammer, though, is going to want to play the game. I say if you do Warhammer, you should play the game. I don't see a reason not to. It's part of the sphere of things, but, you know, if you played it and you don't like it, that's fine, but you should give it a try. It is fun, it's rewarding, it's cool to see your army in action. And it's just another layer of the hobby you can enjoy. It's an art project that has rules to play with. That's cool. Like, that sounds like a fun time, you know? Dying turn 2. Any sort of high-level play is going to have bullshit. People play to win. They don't play to have fun. The fun is winning. Well, okay, you play to have fun because you enjoy it, but, like, you'll enjoy it more if you're winning, I think, with most people who do comp. Just don't be a cunt, you know? You're playing to win, but you can still be decent about it. Yeah, that's a weird one. You know, in time, I'm sure they're going to clarify things like that, but yeah. Like, they usually they take up more capacity, but yeah. It's just another way for Games Workshop to sell you minis. It's like, if you want to put new things in transports, well, we're going to make that for you. It's like the whole thing with getting away from circles in 11th edition, which a lot of people don't like, but that's fine. It's like, we're going to make you fight over objectives, like terrain. And it's like, that's awesome. That's cool. That's thematic. And we're going to sell you the terrain. Okay, that's great. Cool. A lot of it, probably. All right. I swear if Games Workshop unironically came out with, like, circles, official Games Workshop circles, which I think actually, for the Leviathan box, they had them as, like, a pre-order bonus or some shit. Maybe I'm wrong. Buy the Games Workshop premium circles. Yeah. Well, it's also a way for them to make money, is what I'm saying. Van Halen going home from the club. This is beautiful. That's the life, sir. My stepfather used to love Van Halen. Like, I don't really mind. No one's gonna mind more minis coming out. It's more of like, do I have to buy this to play? You know what I mean? It's the biggest thing. Like, Warhammer fans are fiends, bro. The more minis, the merrier. They have official circles in AOS. Do they really? Really? Like, you can buy them off the website? Do you have gyros? Gyros? Yeah, we've got those. It's a very good white noise while painting my own miniatures. Beats the music. Hard to focus on the painting while I got music blasted in my ears. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Sometimes no noise is the worst thing, though. The older I got, the more I've realized the silence is deafening is very much a real fucking thing. I sometimes can't even hear my own thoughts when it's silent. Ugh, mute the stream! Well, I don't think he meant that in a negative way. I'm gonna be leaving soon, though. It's like, what, 8 o'clock? I'll probably go in like half an hour. I'll try and pick apart this guy without sanding him. And sand him later. I have a lot to work on. Too much to work on. I'd only buy the Bilgewater minis. If you can afford to buy every fucking thing from a company, I salute you, but that is just a headache and too much, and things I just don't care for. Like, why would I ever want Ionian minis, you know what I mean? They have specific Mark 1s for this season. Do they really? You're talking about AOS? I was actually going to get back into AOS. I picked up some Caradron stuff. I don't think I'll be completing it right now, but I don't want to touch the Fire Slayers at all. Because the Fire Slayers are going to be fucking squatted out of existence soon enough. Not all their minis, but some. Trains and honking. I mean, I fucking sleep with the lights on, man. And I drink room temperature water, so I don't really mind anything. I genuinely don't, like, think too much about most things like that. Yeah, well, it's a project is really what it is. I'm not like fiending to play. I don't mind waiting to play AOS again. Yeah. Spearhead's good. Fellow hairy men, hello, sir. I've noticed the amount of streamlining in AOS, though. Like, I was flipping through the Caradron book, and I remember using Caradron units a few seasons ago, or a few editions ago, and you had all the separate, like, weapon profiles, and now for the Caradron, you've got, like, 2. Like, they're all generic shooting. And I guess that was kind of a problem with the KO stuff, where it's like, you have so many fucking guns, it's like firing las pistols and shit. It's like, do you do you really have to? But it seems a little bit less flavorful. It's like, yes, time to fire the las pistols. Bayonetta on the Wii. Jesus. The Wii is cool. My grandmother, when she was alive, God bless her, she used to play Wii with me. Yeah, it was a while ago. I remember getting the Wii for Christmas, and she'd always want to be like playing like Wii Fit, where you play like tennis and all that stuff. Yeah, no, Wii is fucking awesome. The original Wii was cool. That was like such an insanely hype thing when it was around. I remember my mom going to like, she had told me because she picked one up for Christmas. She went around to like tons of different like Toys R Us's and Walmarts. It was so sold out just everywhere. Huge hype for the Wii. GameCube. GameCube was cool. My stepbrothers had one. Daft Punk, not really, but they're fine. Like they're fine background noise. Some of the new AOS rules are so bad you'd think they were written by ChatGPT. I'm staying away from that for a bit. I don't mind waiting. I'm gonna be building up my Lord of the Rings stuff. I'll build up my fantasy stuff again, my 40k stuff. So I'm good. I think my Lord of the Rings armies I want to get done first because they're the easiest. Lord of the Rings is one of those games where it is so not only nostalgic, but so simple. There is no 2,000 point bullshit. There is no, I need 50 units of this to make this list viable. It's like your characters are the most expensive thing, and depending on what little force you want to play, will decide what you're going to bring, but for the dwarves, again, most of their characters are kind of expensive, and I plan on bringing every main character for like each dwarf army, so I'm totally fine. These are not the biggest armies. Blobbering a kid. I mean, those games were so sick. Yeah, those games are awesome. Nintendo Switch. Yeah, my girlfriend likes Nintendo Switch. Like, she's more of a Nintendo fan than I am, so she likes the console. More so when it's handheld than it's like docked, but yeah. I actually have a Switch. I just don't know where it is. I think she got me that for one of my birthdays. PSP. I remember getting PSP. One of my favorite games was fucking Pursuit Force. You remember that one? Where you jump from car to car as like a police officer? That was a interesting one. That's when it first came out. Pursuit Force. Yeah, it's a great game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, there's no more games that are coming out for it, so, you know, hit them all up. We are working on a dwarf. You are correct, sir. Or it could just be a guy with a beard. But it is most likely a dwarf. Indeed is. What's this? Okay. Well, these are Lord of the Rings. So this is going to be on a circle base. It's the closest thing to fantasy without being fantasy. Well, technically, fantasy owes a lot of it to what this is, so. Technically. Yeah. Battle for Middle Earth. Those games are so sick. When I was playing Battle for Middle Earth, I played the goblins and I played the dwarves. And I played a little bit of Gondor, because that's exactly what I did in tabletop, and I'm like, fuck yeah. And then eventually when I did fantasy, it's like, yes, the Empire, orcs and goblins, dwarves. It's very, very fun. Loco Roco, God of War on the PSP. God of War on the PSP, there was one, yeah. The most broken fucking thing in that game for goblins, though, was like the half-troll marauders. Those things were like so incredibly corny for no reason. Or like the goblin spider riders that were like assassins with poison. So cool. The goblins were broken. Way broken compared to most things. Like the dwarves were kind of mid, like whatever. Gondor was good at rushing. And I guess if you got late game, they had like the Army of the Dead. But like the goblins were just broken. So corny. Yeah, the Silverthorn arrows, I think is what it was called. Yep, Silverthorn arrows. Late game, good luck. I think it was Silverthorn. Should be. Monster Hunter PSP. There's, yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't played that game in so long, but some things you do just kind of stick with. They were the only things in the game that could harm the fucking Army of the Undead. Urukai were, well, Lurtz Rush was common. Boromir Rush was common. That's pretty cool. Such a weird little ecosystem. Leaving your characters to level up at camps and all that stuff, yeah. Medium difficulty AI. They can be tough sometimes. Unless you're a true gamer. Yeah, disk trays no longer exist. They're only existing in, like, external form. When I was, years ago, what I want the most is I want a big desk. Give me a huge desk. And give me an Amazon disk tray. An external fucking Temu dog shit, whatever it may be, disk tray that can play all of my old DVDs. The X-Files, Farscape, Doctor Who, don't give a fuck what it is. I have so many, like, DVDs in storage, so many, like, series that I've seen, but I can't rewatch them now. Is there a reason they remove them? It's just archaic, bro. Everything's digital these days. David Tennant's awesome. Doctor Who is so sick. Fucking The Outer Limits, all those. Yeah, I miss watching that stuff. I don't want to go fucking subscribe to a service because they're all on different services. Mochi! Sec. He's good. I just hadn't heard him in a little bit. But I will be ending soon. Probably like 20 minutes from now, maybe. PlayStation? Yeah. PlayStation was good for that, though. You get your little Blu-ray player. If you ever watch The Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit or any movie, you just need to watch the extended cuts, man. They're just so much better. You miss so many important things. Or not even, like, important things necessarily, but cool things. Like, we think this movie's gonna do worse if we include a lot of action scenes with a shit ton of dwarves killing orcs. That's not what this movie's about. Like, what? Yeah, this scene about Thranduil and his wife. Yeah, we don't need that either. Yeah, we don't want more Billy Connolly. Or, like, what happened to Thrain? I kind of liked it. I don't know. I wasn't against it, but... You ever see that fucking deleted scene in Doggle where they're doing, Thrain the Broken, when he, like, fucking pops out and, like, is a hobo? He's been in prison there for so long, he's just lost his mind. And they have this, like, emotional scene where Gandalf is holding him, and then he's like, please tell my son, tell fucking Thorin, I'm sorry. And then Sauron, like, yoinks him, but then he has, like, the Wilhelm scream. It's so bad. It's, like, one of the worst things they could have done. It's such an important scene because you need to know what happens to Thrain. But, like, oh my god, it's a joke. Like, he gets pulled, and then they literally give him the Wilhelm scream. I'm like, what are you doing? Everyone ever has hated that scene because of that reason. Like, what the fuck? So goofy. If you haven't seen it, go watch it on YouTube. It's fucking funny as hell. Yeah, he he gets eaten, but it's also the Wilhelm scream. It's in there. Go watch it on YouTube right now. Literally skip to him getting grabbed. Ow! It's like, what? Bro, what? So strange. It's so bad. I'd show it on stream, but I'd get DMCA'd and assassinated. So I can't do that. It's so stupid, man. Like, I get it. Dwarves are comic relief, but, like, that's just too stupid. It's so dumb. It is. It is. What else would it be, man? That's so garbage. It's so garbage. It's supposed to be emotional. It's like they finally found his father. Of course, the Ring of Power is gone. But, like, dude, all that time spent looking for his dad, Gandalf finds him, and he's like, yeah, tell him I'm sorry. Why is that almost always the case? What is? think I'm pretty much good to go with this. I don't want to sand it tonight because sanding is just a whole nother process, but... Oh shit, this is the wrong blade. Whoops. Fuck. We're gonna sand the shit out of this. The weirdest thing about that scene, too, is they unironically made a Warhammer mini of him, and he looks as you'd expect. Like, I don't think many people are including that many in their armies. Cool for a little diorama, maybe, but yeah, he's kind of a little ghoulish thing. Yeah. He was released alone initially, and then Gandalf also had a sculpt, I think it was, and then they eventually put him together. He just looks like a little ragged hobo. Thrain the Broken. I'll show you him. Yeah, he looks, I mean, yeah, it's cool. Yeah. There you go, that's him. Yes. Yes. What do you do with that? I don't even know if he has rules. Does he have rules? I don't think he has rules. I'm not sure. Dwarves getting shafted in the story department or sidelined as comic relief happens a lot in media from what I've seen. I think they're just, I mean, for a bunch of busy bee, drunken, uh, I don't even know what you'd call them after that. Rackerous, fucking drinking folk. I don't even know how you describe them beyond that. I don't know. There's always been some sort of like goofy quality to them. It's like you can't take them so seriously. You know, from the outside looking in, you may look at a dwarf and be like, okay, dude, like whatever you're on about, all right, I get it. But to him, it's like deathly serious. Yeah. Does he have rules? I mean, I've got the book. Brain the Broken Rules. Let me see. In the middle of, well, this is the fucking shit AI overview. I have the book. Technically, he's in the Hobbit book, right? Let me see if it's behind me. I have the book.
Well, finally out of the gym, thanks to Bito to motivate me with your music and voice.
Hey, you're good, sir. No worries, man. I heard you, buddy. No worries, sir. Yeah, dwarves are always kind of like comic reliefy. It's again, people don't really take them too seriously, but they take themselves very seriously. Not always, though. Okay, where would you even find this guy? Thrain the Broken. Where the fuck is he? Oh, is that him? No, that's the White Council. Oh, he's in the White Council. Bro, he's 10 points. He's like 2 goblins. He's 10 points. What the fuck? Okay, well, all right, there you go. He's literally 10 points. What? Where is he? Bro, he's cooked. I guess he is just kind of like a hobo. Where is he? Is he in the Dwarven list? Oh, there he is. Thrain the Broken. I mean, all right. At the start of the movement phase before the declared hero actions step, Thrain must take an intelligence test. If the test is passed, Thrain acts normally during the turn. If the test is failed on a double, i.e. both dice show the same score, and until the end of the next turn, Thrain increases his attacks to 3 and his strength to 4. Okay, so he just gets insane. All right. Additionally, if Thrain was a good model, then other good models cannot make strikes against him should they beat him in a combat. Wait, does he attack your own people? I guess that would make sense. if he does, yeah. If you fail the intelligence test, Thrain just turns on you. Yeah, if you fail, yeah, that's funny. I mean, that's sad. That is sad. That's literally Thorin's father, like heir to the throne of Erebor, now reduced to like nothing. A fingerless hobo. When Thrain takes an intelligence test for a Shattered Spirit special rule, if he's within 3 inches of Gandalf the Grey, then he may alter a single dice rolled as part of his intelligence test by either 1, up, or down. Okay, sure, that's fun. Yeah, for 10 points, I mean, he's like a $30 model. It's like 2 goblins. Like, technically, even in Iron Hills Warrior is the same point, but, you know, that's okay. You genuinely would think he'd be even a little bit more in points. Like, just something. But you can't really go wrong with 10 points, considering your characters are sometimes, like, upwards of 100 to 200, depending on who they are. Yeah, that's like, ghoulish. That's funny as hell. Yeah, I mean, it is sad, though, but it is what it is. That's a fun little addition. Thrain the Broken. You can't use him in a dwarf force, obviously. You can use him at the height of his, like, you know, mental state with Roar's army, but yeah, that's a funny little thing. I think it's hard to spin. Yeah, certainly a little bit. All right. Thrain the Broken as a Gotrek proxy, bro. That's what Felix is gonna show up as. They're gonna. There's no way Felix is gonna be there, but like, you know, it's like, hey, I survived the end times. Here I am. Just crawls out of a mud hole. What happens to Felix in the end times? Someone asked that recently, and I said I wouldn't tell you for spoilers, because the guy was reading the books. If you don't care, he gets buried alive. Like, literally nothing happens to him. That's the sad thing. Like, that's it. He's digging out a tunnel with Malachi, and they're running out of air, and then, woo, that's it. He's dead. Maybe he dug his way to Cathay with Malachi and made it to the old world. He made it back in time. What? No, not Malekith. Malachi. Makaisen? No, not Malekith. Fuck that guy. What? What? Totally different part of the world. Yeah, you're good. That's now they're not together. They're not together. Yeah, Felix goes out like a chump. So does Malachi. Malekith and Felix. Yeah. Yeah. I think I just gotta wipe this down and then sand it tomorrow. I do miss Felix, though. Like, I haven't read all the new AOS Gotrek books. I just don't really have time right now. But you miss Felix, and they make you miss Felix. Even Gotrek misses Felix. Like, yeah, it's the duo. They're like the Warhammer fantasy guys. A suicidal dwarf and a poet. Yeah, Thorgrim also kind of goes out like a bastard. That's... yeah. He's thinking back to the door that he didn't close as his whole kingdom crumbles in front of him. I should have closed that door. It's so weird because, like, it's worded that Snitch kind of climbs up a bit to kind of get to him. Like, the actual mountain. But then it's like, he remembers the door he didn't close. Yeah, okay. Bit of a bum way to go. It is what it is. It's canon. Move on. Sometimes it's okay to let go. Rest, sweet prince. Rest, sweet king. Alrighty. I think for today I'm done. I gotta go have dinner at like 8:30. And I will be on tomorrow for some mainstream gaming. Some mainstream
Imagine
gaming.
in the Bilge Water live action they kill GPTF or Graves.
I wouldn't be surprised. Nah, you can't kill any of them. There's no way. There's no way any of them can die, to be honest. You could kill off maybe TF or Graves, but that would just be terrible. That would be terrible. TF and Graves are effectively one character. Like, by themselves, they're not the most compelling thing. Together, they make an actual, like, character. All right. Well, with that being said, everyone, I will be on tomorrow. Be well. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. We will probably be doing variety. We'll do a bit of League, maybe like 2-3 games, and then variety for sure. But yeah. Also, the new YouTube video came out. If you want to go watch that, enjoy. I actually laughed. I don't know, maybe I was tired. I think it's funny. Yeah. Major Tom, thank you, sir. Good night, Captain. Yes, good night, sir. Good night, everyone. Be well. And I will see